Let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly receive thee. Look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duties in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well endowed, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. 18th December, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. 4. Page 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, page 28. The absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of 18th December are hereby admitted as true record of this. Honourable members, at the commencement of public business, item listed for A. Finance Committee Chair.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of immunity, Import Get Fund Levy, Import NHIL, Import VAT, ECOWAS Levy, AU Levy, its fees, withholding tax, Exim Levy, and Special Imports Levy amounting to $4,495,661 US, as well as domestic VAT, domestic Get Fund, and domestic NHI amounting to $3,632,929.87, making a grand total of the Ghana cedi equivalent of $8,128,590 United States dollars and 87 cents on materials, equipment, and services to be procured in respect of the construction of the Jamestown Fish Landing Site project by Messrs. CRC Harbour and Engineering Bureau Group Company Limited of China, under the implementation agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and the government of the People's Republic of China, represented by Ministry of Commerce, for the construction of the Ghana Fishing Port Project, Jamestown, Accra.
The report is duly presented for distribution to honourable members. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, and amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 16,332,103 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured for Let Up Pharmaceuticals Limited under the One District Factory 1D1F program.
Presented and this for distribution to honorable members. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, and EDI, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,519,800 United States dollars and 25 cents on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Densu Ceramics Limited under the One District, One Factory 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. Ivy.
Report of Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 343,162 United States dollars and 28 cents on equipment and raw materials to be procured by Mass Industries Limited under the One District, One Factory 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi of 1,300,057 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and materials to be procured by Central Sugar Company Limited and under the One District, One Factory 1D1F program.
Report is for distribution. VI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import L, import VAT and exim levy, amount the equivalent of 290,752 United States dollars on money, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Champion Foods Limited under the One District, One Factory 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented for distribution to honorable members. VII.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 38,164 States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Miracle Foods Processing Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exim levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi of 13,709,923 euros and 6 cents, up of 12,554,234 euros in respect of imports and 1,155,689 euros and 6 cents in respect of local purchases on material, equipment, and services to be procured for the construction of the new University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Somagna in the Eastern Region, Phase 2. By Metracta Costruzioni Italia, SRL.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution. IX.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import gets fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exempt levy, special levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana equivalent of €1,359,089, made up of €1,118,586.85 in respect of the imports and €240,502.50 in respect of local purchases on materials and equipment to be provided by Upper East Region Water Supply Project, Measures Dennis Engineers and Contractors BV of Netherlands.
What the percentage is for distribution? X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request of waiver of import duty, import fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, exempt levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana equivalent of €13,689,321.82, made up of €12,363,401 in respect of import and €1,332,840.32 in respect of local purchases, machinery, materials, equipment, and services to be procured for the construction of a new Takrady market by contractor Costruzioni Italia, Israel.
Presented for distribution. XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the second addendum to the deferred payment agreement between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Tino Hydro Corporation Limited, terms and conditions of the deferral of payments under the EPC contract agreement in respect of construction, rehabilitation of selected roads and interchanges in Ghana, Phase 1, under the Master Project Support Agreement.
Report is due for distribution. XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Term Loan Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Standard Chartered Bank London, for an amount of €222,444,176.25, including Euro Emirates Premium Guarantee, to finance the design and construction of Ashama Runabout, Akosovo Junction Road, upgrading of Thin Corridor Road, Lot 1.
The report is presented as distribution to our members. XIII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Term Loan Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Chartered Bank London, for an amount of €60,257,921.13 to finance the design and construction of Ashama Runabout to Akosovo Junction, grading of Eastern Corridor Road, Lot 1.
The report is presented and for distribution. XIV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the agreement among the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Investec Bank Limited of South Africa as Global Coordinator and mandated lead arranger, and Intesta São Paulo SPA branch as mandated lead arranger, for an amount of €46 million to finance the construction of Tranche 1 of the Bolgatanga to Boko Polymancom Road project.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to other members. X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Facility Agreement among the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Investec Bank Limited of South Africa as agent, Global Coordinator, and mandated lead arranger, and Investors São Paulo SPA branch as mandated lead arranger, for an amount of €30,400,000 to finance the construction of Tranche 1 of the Bolgatanga to Boko Polymancom Road project.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. XVII. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. B. Chairman of the Roads and Transport Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The report is not ready to be ready by the close of the day. Thank you.
Yes, no.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Committee on Education, C. D. Chairman, Committee Health. Chairman, Committee E. Chairman, Committee on Defense. Honorable members, we need to work hard on these things so that we shall have something to work on and close. In fact, we're all set to start today at before 10 even. And majority whip, please kindly do some whipping and let's make sure that these reports are here. Honorable members will have access to them and then we can kill them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've taken a cue from you. We will ensure that is done.
Thank you. Which motion can we take?
Mr. Speaker, we may move to number 72.
Item
Number 72 on page 56. Page 56. Item number 72. The insurance bill.
page 56. Consideration stage. Consideration stage. Item number 72. Insurance Bill 2020 and the constitution stage. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Speaker, we are just about to start. We are now starting. There are no amendments, clauses 1 to 5. So,
clauses 1 to 5. No listed amendment. Any amendment? I'll put a question. The question is that clauses 5. Announce them. Clauses 1 to 5. Table office.
Establishment of the Commission, objects of the Commission, functions of the Commission, guiding principles, independence of the Commission.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 should stand part of the bill. Now those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Governing body of the Commission.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
in clause 6, the amendment proposed in subclause 1, paragraph D, is to delete the president and insert that Ghana Bar Association so that the lawyer of not less than 10 years at the bar with relevant experience in the insurance industry would be nominated by the Ghana Bar Association.
Thank you. Orders? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sure the amendment is making the proper reference. Clause 6, 1D has only 2 lines. Well, you made reference to line 3. No, make reference to the bill. Don't you have the bill? Look at the bill.
Remember, it is on the side of your. Okay.
The chairman should rather make a reference instead of defending at the side. What you're referring to is rather E. Is rather E. But you're talking about B, where we don't have any president at all in the.
Bill has been amended several times.
Then you
have an old version.
You must have an older version. What's the date of Gazette notification of yours? No, at the back.
July is wrong.
Which one is that?
It's wrong.
Are you using the King?
Are you using this version?
There's the new international. No. There's the new international, and Honorable Hereford has.
He has it.
He has it there. So, Mr. Speaker, you can put the question on the clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman. The cross-reference in the proposed amendment is correct. It's in line with the current version of the bill.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is, clause 600 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7.
Functions of.
There's no listed amendment. Any amendment on the floor? I put a question. The question stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8.
Abilities of members of the board.
The Speaker, in clause 8, subclause 2, paragraph B, line 2, delete that and insert there. So that exercise the degree of care and diligence in the performance of the functions of the member and not that member.
What's the amendment for your consideration? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment to clause 8. Honorable Chairman, aye.
The Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Clause 8. 2, paragraph C, line 2. Delete that and insert there, and in line 3, before permitted, insert may be.
Honorable members, for your consideration.
Mr. Speaker, amendment.
Very well. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment to clause 8.
Speaker, finally, clause 8 in subclause 2, paragraph delete that and insert there, as we did previously.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, this is consequential.
Very well. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 8, as variously amended, should stand part of the bill. And all say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
No listed amendment. Honourable members, I'll put a question. The question is that clause 9 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 10.
Meetings of the board.
Mr. Speaker, surplus 4 line 1 delete 5 and insert 4 so that the quorum for a meeting of the board is 4 members of 7. It's a 7-member board.
7-member board.
7-member.
Yes, I will not tell you that.
Mr. Speaker, I don't see anything wrong with the surplus 4. The quorum of the board is 5 members of the board, and the chairman should just maintain it as in the original bill. We don't need to reduce that number. All the same, these insurance matters, they are critical matters. We just don't want 2 or 3 people to sit and then take decisions. So 5 is okay. It's reasonable. Just changing it to 4, and I'm saying you should maintain the 5.
And the 4 is even an even number.
An even number.
It should be odd. It should be odd number.
Odd, 4 is even. 2, 4 from leader. It should be an odd number. So 5. It should be. Yeah, they'll take decisions. It's not to start a meeting. No, a quorum is a quorum. Once you have a quorum, they take decisions. It will be binding. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, it's flowing from clause. The governing body appears to be 7. So 7 members, 4 is adequate for the purposes of a quorum. And Mr. Speaker, I'm yet to see a law that will indicate that it must be an odd number. That is why the provision in this particular law that gives the casting vote to any member who is presiding over the meeting. So there wouldn't be any problem once the chairperson is a casting vote.
Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason the original rendition is keeping the 5. And Mr. Speaker, drawing the chairman's attention, the president nominees add up to 4. And this a bill do not only president nominee can meet and take the decision. That's why they wanted the 5. When you look at the chairperson, the manners rep, and the 2 others the president is nominating, the president is alone are 4. Yes. And that is why the original is talking about 5, so that at least you have one of the independently appointed person being part of the quorum. So it's better to keep the 5.
The minority whip should avert his mind to the paragraph D, where we effected the amendment, that now the lawyer will be nominated by the Ghana Bar Association. That's the amendment we effected earlier. So then you have the minister's rep nominated by the minister. Then you have one ministry. So there are 3 nominees by the president. Nominations not being done by the president. Sometimes it becomes difficult to start a meeting if you're room at 5 for a 7-member board.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I still strongly believe that we should leave it as the 5 from the original rendition. Mr. Speaker, when he said person, usually it's the Minister of Finance who nominates that person for the president. You know that. And the other 2 will be nominated by the relevant minister. I mean, I will tell you, ministers do this on behalf of the president, and the president will send the signature. So if you have the chair, the rep for Minister of Finance, and 2 others, that's 4. So they are reducing 5. So just keep the 5, so that because they are only 7, so it will not be difficult to get the 5. No, if this is insurance matters. I mean, it sometimes hinges on life of people. Don't just give an opportunity for appointees to go and sit and take decisions. Leave it at the 5.
It's a 7-member board.
I think that the committee.
Honorable Chairman.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chairman. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the important thing for us is to keep 5, because that will help the decision making. than the 4. Why? It's an odd number, and it's an odd number, and it helps for us to be able to get. So, why are you reducing it to 4? What is the reason? What is the reason? Why? No, it should be 5. And I urge those who support it to vote for it.
Honorable Doctor.
The honorable member has not told us why
It has to be
a 4-member board cannot make a decision. He's insisting on 5. Who says that a 4-member board cannot make a decision? A 4-member board can make a decision. There's no law anywhere that says that the number. Where is it written? Or are you making? No, there's no law. Please, Mr. Speaker, the assembly is difficult to get 5 people or 6 or 7 to come. That's why you want to make sure that at the minimum 4 are all the time. Otherwise, they can never make a decision.
All right, so 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that have 5. It is easier to have a split which will make either the majority, have taken it, or if you have 4, there is no law. Our laws we have made so far always make sure that we have an odd number. We don't insist on any board having an even number. And the reason is that you an odd decision in favor. If they are 7, then you have a chances of 7. I mean, the 7 all agree. 6 versus 1, 5 against 2, and all that, so that it is clear. I don't think that there is any reason to.
Honorable, please.
If you look at the membership of the governing body, it's odd number, which is 7. Mr. Speaker, quorum has always been 50 plus 1. Now, if we are arguing that 4 members is an odd number, my question therefore is, what happened if at the meeting 6 members are there? Is it an odd number? Those 6 members, a decision will be taken by members. That is why in this particular law, we say the person in the event of equality of vote, that person should have a casting vote. So 7 members, if you are out, barely 50 plus 1, we can have half human being, and then 4 is appropriate number to be the quorum. If you have 7 members and you said there will be 5, for me the number 5 as against 7 is too high.
Therefore, Chairman, what do we take?
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Help for arguments are well grounded, but the Ghanaian people want us to work together. If they want 5,
please formulate and let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, let's leave it at 5.
Formulate.
Mr. Speaker, let's leave it at 5.
Let's
leave it at 5.
At 5?
Yes.
Why?
Otherwise,
all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Please, further amendment.
There are no amendments from clauses 11 to 23 by the committee.
I'll put a question on the clause as a whole. And the question is that, as amended, should stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11.
Resolutions of the board without a meeting.
12.
Reliance on reports, financial data, and other information.
13.
Disclosure of interest.
Sorry.
Avoidance of transactions in breach of Section 13.
Please hold on.
Mr. Speaker,
The 13, disclosure of interest. Disclosure of interest. I think we have adopted a standard provision for the disclosure of interest. So I would want to plead that the chair declines to use the standards that we have adopted for disclosure of interest. That is in respect of 13. This year is not comprehensive enough.
13.
Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, mine is on 11. I stood up, but I noticed the majority leader was on his feet. Now, on 11.1, the board made a resolution without holding a meeting. Now, a resolution, even if it will pass, a majority decision, we have to qualify it. We cannot just say that the board will pass a resolution with what number? Without a meeting. Even the principle, 11, resolution of the board without a meeting. Why? Are we expecting that this insurance commission will operate in a COVID environment? No. I've read it. And when you come further, Mr. Speaker, to sub clause C, you say the board made a resolution within a meeting. If the board at a meeting has all the members of the board were informed of. What English is that? Members of the board are informed of. Were informed of. There's something wrong with the construction there. So we have to relook at it. There's something with it. 11.1c, where a member of the board was not informed of the proposed resolution. And the Speaker, mine is that to pass a resolution without, we have to provide for a majority decision. Who is a board? In any case, principle of a resolution without a meeting is repugnant to good governance practice. Why would you want to pass a resolution without a meeting? There must be compelling justification to do that. For instance, you have COVID. We can understand why you have a resolution without a meeting. But to say that an insurance company shall pass resolutions without a meeting, the chairman will have to convince us to go with him. Thank you.
Honourable Minority, if you read it, the board would have at a meeting resolved that they made a resolution without holding a meeting. If you read it in A, the board at a meeting, if the board at a meeting has resolved, if the board at a meeting has resolved that can pass a resolution without holding a meeting, they resolve. And the standard language in a lot of these.
Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman is right, and it is corporate practice, particularly with the financial institutions. If you have, for instance, a bank board decision, they will agree that this decision they are going to make, they will all make it, and people will endorse it. And it constitutes a decision of, that's a very good way of avoiding meetings and obvious things that they have agreed on. And in this particular case, the argument is that they've all agreed that that decision they are going to make will be by resolution. And it's going to detract from a decision making. But that is the practice in many institutions, particularly banks.
So it's a will have created that particular situation. A board can give power to even one person to do a particular thing.
Mr. Speaker, the combined effect of Honorable Yirek Chair and the chairman, then it means even as we adopt this 11.1, you may have to direct the drafters to provide for more clarity. There is more clarity in 1A. The board may, resolutions may be passed under this act. Then that becomes the under this act. You see, the 11.1A satisfies what the Honorable Yirachira have said. But when we read 11.1 standing alone, it provides some ambiguity. We want clarity. In principle, I get the reasoning that we want them to be able to pass resolution. But the decision to operate with the resolution must be at the meeting. Yes. And I'm saying let that open 11.1. 11.1A be what will open the preamble in 11.1.
It cannot be because of the B and C. If you read B and C,
Yes.
that cannot change because of the B and C. If you go to say that the board at a lead and follow all of it, it will affect the B and the C.
So shall I put a question on 11? Clause 11. The question is that clause 11 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 stands bill. Clause 12.
Reliance on reports, financial data, and other information.
The question is that clause 12 stands. Is there any amendment?
The Speaker, earlier, the majority leader indicated that there's a standard way of capturing the.
No, 13.
Yes, that's in 13. Otherwise, we can put the question at 11 to 23.
At this stage, let me say by step. 12. Clause 12 should be all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13.
Disclosure of interest.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, I thought you had an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
I was saying that we have a standard template that we have adopted for 13. I was saying that the draft persons should resort to that to improve on what you have at 13. So I don't go through everything. They know what we have been doing. It's what we have adopted. So once we refer to them, you'll be able to finish it up.
Shall we take 13 to 23? Is that the implication?
But then, Mr. Speaker, then you direct that the 13 be recalled to conform with.
Consequentially, 13 should become the standard application. What about 14 to 23?
Avoidance of transactions in 13.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 14, my concern is with 14.2. Yes. Maybe avoided, no. Yes. The avoided legal language. If you want to say void, if you want to say voidable, but you can avoid it. Avoided is ordinary English.
Mr. Chairman.
The Speaker, they both mean the same thing. You can say voided, you can say avoided. It's the same. Same.
I don't remember if the matter is a matter of preference, essentially. Let's honorable.
As the chairman said, you can say avoided or voided. But, I mean, so there's nothing wrong in keeping this one as it is.
Mr. Speaker, he went and learned his modern drafting. So in 2A, you say may be added. In B, it is not voidable. Are you meaning the same thing or different things?
To be consistent.
No, even one. Yeah, leader is drawing my attention to void. So for consistency, what do we do? Choose one of.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think that once we argue that voided or maybe voided, once we say so, let's also agree with them that in this case, because we are using voidable, we should go back to the earlier one and say void. No, we are saying the same thing. It means the same thing. So the point I'm making is that we said avoid. You may avoid, and then you may avoid it. So once we agree on that, because of the concern they are raising I think that we should use in the first place, void in the first place, not avoid.
Honorable. I want to agree with my good friend Giles that we should be consistent. If we are going to use avoided, we can also say avoidable. Then there's consistency. So we agree with you and we go on.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the legal terminology is void and voidable, not avoided. It's void and voidable. So it's either we are saying the act is void or it is voidable. If it is voidable, it means that it is capable of being made void. So we should use the word.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong with the word avoided. It's being used in a verb. It's being used in a verb form. If it's void, void is not a verb. But if you want to use it in a verb form, this is the correct word that you have to use. And it means to nullify. Within the context, avoided here means that nullified. But if we want to depart from the use of the verb, then we can equally say may be void. But even in that context, it will be may be void, because we are using the verb form of the word void, and it would be wrong to say maybe void or maybe. So we should maintain what is the clause which is avoided. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Any agreement? Honorable Unity.
I agree with him, and that we should stand by what is in. Because one you are using as a verb. No, you see, because sometimes the issues they raise, if you insist, no, you know the two leaders, the two leaders I'm talking about, they will raise an issue, and I'm saying, as you explained, meeting, I raised the issue of avoid and avoidable. So the point I'm making is that as it is captured, correct. If you want any consistency, one is used as a verb. This other one is used as an adverb.
Chairman, what?
We'll leave it as it is. And then put the question on clause 14.
14. Very well. Honorable Member, the question is that clause 14, as it is, stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 15.
Establishment of committees.
16.
Allowances.
17.
Policy directive.
Yes.
Well, Speaker, policy directives. I have seen new construction which hinges the policy directive on the attainment of the object of the commission. So the minister made directives for the attainment of the object of the commission, and the board shall comply. I've seen it in other consequences. Okay, thank you.
17. 18.
Appointments of the commissioners.
19.
Qualification of the commissioner of insurance. 20. Functions of the commissioner of insurance.
21.
Appointments of the deputy
22.
commissioner of insurance. Qualification of the deputy commissioner of insurance.
23.
Functions of the deputy commissioner of insurance.
The question is that clauses 15 to 23 should stand part of the bill. And all in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24.
Secretary to the board.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed in clause 24 is that in sub-clause 2, paragraph D, delete members, apostrophe before the S, and insert members with the apostrophe after the S, so that the register of board members' interest.
Honorable members for your consideration. Because all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 24 as amended stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause
Appointments of other staff.
There's no listed amendment. And the question is that clause 25, as it stands, stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26.
Publication of appointments and revocation of appointments.
Mr. Speaker, clause 26, the amendment proposed in paragraph B is to delete nationwide and insert national, so that in a daily newspaper of national circulation.
Members, propose amendment for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. That clause 26 as amended stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Yes, honorable majority leader.
Yes, Speaker, I agree to the 26. I wanted to raise, if you have finished 26, I wanted to raise a minor issue in 24.3. Let's conclude 26. Then we'll come back to 24.3.
Clause 27. On 26.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the question on 26. We didn't finish with this. So I'm saying that if you finish, then I'll come back to 24.3. So we'll finish with the question on 26.
Chairman. Is that clause 26 as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that minor rearrangement for being proposed for 24.3. 24.3 should read, the Secretary in the performance of the functions under subsection 2 is answerable to the board. It's a rearrangement.
Speaker, if you direct that draftsperson to rearrange 24.3 as moved by the minority leader.
Thank you. That person to do the rearrangement accordingly. Can I move in?
Speaker, the
Yes.
Chairman of the Finance Committee turned to me as the minority leader, and I'm pointing it out to him that that is sacrilegious.
Internal Audit Unit.
28.
Funds of the Commission.
Speaker, funds of the Commission, maybe rearrangement of the ABCD there. The affairs fund should be levies contributions. Now, if you have loans, advances, and overdrafts, what's the meaning of advances? What's the meaning of overdrafts? And when you come further into borrowing powers of the Commission, I'm just using it to support my argument. Subject to Section 7 of the Financial Management Act, the Commission may obtain loans and other credit facilities. So if you want to use the credit facilities, say so. When you say advances, overdrafts, is that the same thing as other credit facilities as used in then administrative penalties, income generated from investment, of the Commission is a better reading than what is in the bill. Income generated of the Commission. Then you say, and any annually generated funds.
All right, first of all, let me put a question on 27. The question, please, let me.
27.
He has raised 28. Let me put a question on 27, then we go on. The question is that 27 stands part of the bill, and all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now, please respond to 28.
I was drawing that he should move one step at a time so that we can, because you first indicated that we should start with the levies and contributions. Rearrange levies and contributions. The rest, the donations and grants, advances. That's a fact. Yeah, loans. So then the only one that would remain would be, you said, income generated. The generation, putting generated there doesn't change anything. So we can reach you by, we should leave everything.
Chairman, are you in agreement? All those in favor of 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Close.
Bank accounts of the Commission.
Chairman.
Expenses of the Commission.
Amendment in 29.
Amendment 29, please go on with that.
The Speaker, in 29, in line 2, we have to delete board and insert commission. The monies for the Commission shall be paid into a bank account open for the purpose by the Commission with the approval of Controller and Accountant General.
Yes, Honourable Member, for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say the ayes have it. And the question is that clause 29 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30.
Expenses of the Commission.
Clause
30, just an explanation from the chairman. Are we presuming that the commission will only be administrative expenses and no other expenses or operational expenses, because the administrative expense of the commission shall be charged on the funds of the commission. What of other operational expenses of the commission? What are other expenses of the commission? Unless we are presuming irrebutably that all expenses of the commission will be administrative. Or you just qualify it with other expenses. Chire. Then improve it.
You want us to say all expenses or administrative and other expenses? Well, please capture it, omnibus, and let's move on. Yes, Honorable Yeritre.
The reason we normally would restrict them is that if you, these are people regulating. Now, if you look at the sources of income, they can come from different sources. So, if you don't restrict them to the administrative expenses, they will decide to ourselves, bonus expenditure that will not help in their regulatory work. So that is why it should be administrative, and they know it. But if you allow it to go to their emoluments and all that, then of course you can use the money for anything, not the regulation. That is the main reason why it should be restricted.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, we normally just use the word take it because though they may be dependent in this set, there may be all other expenses they need to, they may be making, building their office, all other things, and normally what expenses. So you don't qualify it administrative because there may be all other expenses that they may. If leader, you want to help. So what happens if you want to do capital investment? Is there any clause, a separate clause to capture that? My view is that the administrative, just make it expenses and then leave it like that.
Mr. Speaker, I believe is sufficient. We're talking about administrative, which may not include capital expenditure. They have these other sources of funding, donations, grants, and IGF and so on. They could use same for other purposes. But administrative expenses, we mean just that. That will be charged on the funds of the commission. But other capital expenditure and so on, we should be careful. My worry is really what we mean by administrative expenses, because is it additional expenses, or would you include salaries, for instance, as administrative expenses? Well, the Constitution is clear about administrative expenses. Usually, it includes salaries, allowances, gratuities, and so on. That's my little worry. What do we mean by administrative expenses in the tests? Otherwise, it's a standard formulation.
Mr. Chairman,
I think you can put the question on clauses 30 and 31.
And
30 and 31.
the question is, clauses 30 and 31 stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 32.
Levies and contributions payable to commission.
Clause 32, the amendment proposed that in subclause 2 we delete and insert the rendition captured on page 7 and 58.
All those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. And the question is that Clause 32, as amended, should stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 33.
Budgets and Work Program of Commission.
There's no need to amendment. I'll put a question. Clause 33 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 34.
Accounts and...
Yes, Chairman. Your amendment, please.
Mr. Speaker, so in 34, subclause 1, line 3, we have to delete Auditor General and insert Auditor General.
All those in favor of amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 34, as amended, should stand part of the bill. And all those say aye. Those against say no. 35.
Annual reports and other reports.
36.
Prohibition against unlicensed insurance business.
The question is that clause 35 and 36 stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 37.
Exemption of certain classes of insurance.
Yes, Chairman.
Respectfully, for 34.
34.
Yes.
We have something else.
Yeah. In 34 to line 2, delete after and insert at, so that we shall submit the accounts of the Commission to the Auditor General for audit within 3 months. At the end, then.
No.
Can you? Mr. Speaker, I was misled.
No.
I was misled.
Well,
let's leave the 35.
Yes, Honorable Chairman. Let's be progressive in this matter. Chairman, are we?
Speaker, you have to put a question on 37. I have to move the amendment. Sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, paragraph A, subparagraph 2, line 1, delete agreement and insert contract. Mr. Speaker, in the definition section, we have defined retrocession contract, and so we want this to conform to the definition.
In favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 37, as amended, should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 38. Yes. Honorable Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to send us back to 34. 34-2. Again, we have come to a determination, and we don't need to be repeating the mistakes that we have been committing. It should just read, the Commission shall, at the end of each financial year, submit the account to the Auditor General for audit. That is standard construction that we have adopted. This within 3 months should be deleted.
We said at. That means you're asking them to wait till the end. Nothing stops them from doing it within the 3 months. If it's justified at the end, then they have to wait till the end. The change that he brought, he said the Commission at the end.
No, but his amendment is different.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it just should read, because the Constitution is, and we have adopted a standard regulation that this should be done at the end of the month. Oh, sorry, at the end of the year. We don't have to give the person or anybody 3 months after the of the year, which then will mean January, consuming January, February, March. If you have 3 months given to that body, it's from the period given under the Constitution to the Auditor General to do the report, which is wrong. Mr. Speaker, so that is the standard rendition that we have adopted. At the end of the year, it's administratively, they have a way.
Yes, Honorable.
Because it's here to do that. Meanwhile, could the seat as a bomb mine.
Mr. Speaker, what the majority attention is detailed provisions of timelines within Article 187 of the Constitution. So it's not out of the way to make those suggestions. The Constitution provides when this public institution should submit a report with detailed account, and as to when those reports and accounts will walk towards Parliament. So it's just saying that we should keep it with our normal practice in the House. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. What the majority leader says that 37.2 should conform to the standard rendition that we have always. We can direct.
All those in favor say aye. Those no. The ayes have, and that clause 34 as further amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34.
Restricted insurance contract.
No listed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave and a head note, restricted insurance contract. But if you read 38.1 in the second line, it is only act of foreign insurer. A person shall not enter into a restricted insurance contract with a foreign insurer unless the contract is authorized by the Commission.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those.
Respectfully, there was no amendment in 38. There was no amendment, so the question put suffices.
The question is 38, should stand part.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 39.
Authorization in relation to restricted and specified types of insurance contracts.
Speaker, the amendment proposed is to add to contracts in the head note so that the contract is deleted and contracts inserted in line 2 of the head note.
All those in favor? Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 39 as amended to stand part of the bill, and all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 40.
Categories of license.
The Speaker, in 40, the amendment proposes that in subclause 1, paragraph B, delete and insert all.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that was most amended to some part of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
The Speaker, respectfully, the Honourable Ayariga conferred with me earlier. He had an amendment of 40, and so if we can space for him to move his amendment.
Honourable Ayariga, your further amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence in the House, if you kindly permit, I'd like to add another category of lines, which is D, that's upstream gas insurance license. Mr. Speaker, this category is based on the fact that the gas sector is a new sector. The insurance of that sector is something that requires huge. And so far, what has happened is that it has often been farmed out to international insurance companies, and the local industry really ends up not benefiting much. So the small insurance firms came together and formed a group called GOGIP, Ghana Oil and Gas Pool, so which is a pool of small insurance firms that will normally take the insurance, break it up into small bits, and share among themselves to provide insurance to oil companies. To pursue this effectively, we need a special category of insurance licensing, so that in collaboration with the Petroleum Commission, the National Insurance Commission can license people based on their capacities to upstream insurance licensing. And that is why I discussed with the chairman that we introduce this special licensing scheme focusing on this new subsector, which is the oil and gas subsector in the insurance industry. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support for us to amend this 41 to add a D which will read upstream oil and gas insurance license. Thank you.
Honorable.
I think the principle is in order, but in this insurance business, A, B, and C does not lead to a particular insurance, say life, car, Okada, or anything else. So as it is, oil is included. Insurance license in Ghana does not say it has to be life insurance or Okada license or whatever. So your addition does not change anything. They are already covered. So you don't need that addition.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker. If you look at 41C, you talk about innovative insurance license. Now, innovative insurance license can mean so many things, but because of the special...
Honorable, here it means that it is under this law, it means so and so.
Yes, innovative insurance business means an insurance business that uses new financial technology, any other innovative technology or method in insurance business, including the development of an insurance product, use of data, underwriting, pricing of risk, and distribution of an insurance product. Mr. Speaker, I mean, the oil and gas industry need to be specific about it. Need to be specific, and the reason is that the structuring of oil and gas in risk underwriting must be done in consultation with the Petroleum Commission. And so when we produce an amendment which provides a licensing scheme for oil and gas, subsequently we need to also indicate clearly that that category of insurance licensing has to be done in collaboration with the Petroleum Commission, because the Petroleum Commission is the one that, as we speak, is seeking to develop local in the oil and gas industry, and content cuts across different sectors. Local content in terms of engineering work, food chain supplies. Now, insurance is one of the areas where local content needs to be developed. And so if you leave it general, to just the Insurance Commission, and it is not a special type of license issued in collaboration with the Petroleum Commission, we will miss out this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria, for instance, where they are also developing their oil and gas industry, they have specific provisions for oil and gas insurance licensing done in collaboration with their Petroleum Commission, so that the Petroleum Commission and the Insurance Commission can work out a program to develop capacity in the insurance for oil and gas. And if you leave it general as it is now in the definition of innovative insurance, when in this instance you have in mind exactly what you want to deal with, and so we can capture it. Oil and gas insurance licensing. And let us say that it is to be issued in collaboration with the Petroleum Commission. And that way, I believe that the sector will receive clearance than just leaving it generally and saying innovative insurance license.
Right. I get the point my senior colleague is making. But Mr. Speaker, that is not the way forward. The clause in here, the innovative insurance business, is enough, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the future is not even to find innovative ways of insuring hydrocarbons. There will actually be ensure renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, the problem about underwriting risk in oil and gas is the capacity of the local players to be able to do that. You cannot legislate and say that henceforth, if a risk is $1 billion, you are legislating it should be priced at $500 million. You can't, because the risk is $1. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my senior colleague should abandon his amendment, and I believe strongly the definition of innovative insurance and all the things under there are enough to allow this organization to adapt to any risk that may arise and be able to cover it appropriately if they can underwrite it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Chairman, it's abandoned.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't think
so no further
the place for this. Yeah. I don't think this is the place for the oil and gas.
We have crossed that line.
Okay.
It's abandoned. On clause, the question clause 40, as amended, part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 41.
Prohibition against licensing composite insurers.
Clause 41. No amendment. All those in favor of 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clause 42.
Application for license.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 40 proposed subclause 2, paragraph B, subparagraph I, delete determined and insert required.
Mr. Speaker, mine was, I have to seek your leave. 41, the head note will not add off between licensing and composite insurance. Off. Prohibition against licensing of composite insurance. So, Mr. Speaker, I bring you back to 41 with your leave and endorse, because everywhere you see application for grant off, then here is just the prohibition against licensing composite insurance. Off between licensing and composite. I so submit 41 head notes.
Chairman, should I put a question on that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's prohibition against licensing composite insurance. So if you put off there, it will not read appropriately. So we should leave it the way it is, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, it should be the way it is.
42.
I already moved the amendment in 42, so if you can put the question on 42.
You may go.
I already moved the amendment.
All those in favor say aye. And the question, all those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 42, as amended, to stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 43.
Grant of license.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed in 43 is that in clause 3, line 2, delete it and insert the commission.
That's very clear. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the clause as amended.
Mr. Speaker, 43(1)A. The applicant has met the requirements of this act. I was thinking that he has met the requirements for listening under this act. 43(1)A has met the requirement of this act, and the applicant the requirement for licensing under this. I think it's a better rendition, not just requirement of this. Requirement for licensing under this act. Thank you. And so
those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that for 43 as amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 44.
Notification and publication of decision.
45.
Duration of license.
No listed amendments. This is that clauses 44 and 45 stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. 46.
Commencement of business.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 46, the amendment proposed in subclause 1, line 2, is that before business, insert insurance and repeat same wherever licensed business appears in the bill, unless the context otherwise.
All those in favor or say aye. Those against say no. And the question is that clause 46 as amended. Please proceed.
Amendment Roman 17, clause 46. In subclause 2, line 2, delete licensed and insert licensed.
The proposed amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 46 amended to stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. So there's a fair amendment to 46. Very well. 47.
Contact office.
There's no listed amendment. The question is that clause 47 should stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 48.
Cancellation of license.
Mr. Speaker, in 48, the first amendment in subclause 1, paragraph D, line 1, before enforcement and. The Commission is entitled to an enforcement action.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment 48. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 48, amendment proposed sub 3, delete and insert the following. The Commission shall not cancel an insurance license or a reinsurance license under of subsection 1 unless the Commission has obtained an order under section 182.
Members, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 48 as previously amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 49. There's no listed amendment.
Notice of cancellation of license.
All those in favor of clause 49 of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50.
Application for renewal.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 50, the amendment proposes that in sub 3, line 3, delete it and insert the Commission.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 50 as amended to stand part of the bill. And all those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51.
Renewal of license of insurer or reinsurer.
Honourable Chairman.
Speaker, in clause 51, the amendment proposed in subclause 1, phrase lines 1 and 2, is that after the occurrences of insurer, insert or reinsurer to conform to the head note.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the chairman's explanation is acceptable. 51(1). The commissioner shall renew the license of an insurer or reinsurer when the commission is satisfied that the insurer or then he has to add reinsurer there again. So further amended to include reinsurer in the second line with your leave 51(1).
Chairman.
What I read said after the occurrence insurer, insert or reinsurer, not just in the first line. However, insurer, yes.
All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 51 as amended part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52.
Required approval for change in significant ownership or level of contracts. Control, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposes the head note we delete required approval and just insert approval, so that now it's approval for change, not required approval. Approval. So essentially, we are deleting required.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman, but approval should not stand in. Maybe he wanted to change the requirement for approval. You see, you are saying that if there is a significant change in ownership or level of control of the company, there must be a requirement for inform the commission, giving them information that there is change in ownership and level of control of the entity. But he says he just wants to maintain approval for change in significant ownership or level of control. Now, if anybody reading this, it can just be, you are talking about significant approval affects significant ownership and level of control. But we are saying that change required for requirement. Under this law, if there are changes in the ownership and it's significant or in the control of the company, they must be required to come. I think so. No. Requirement for approval for change in significant ownership or level of control. Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Requirement for approval.
Yes. So to capture both amendments, all those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question is as amended to stand part of the bill. Not those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50.
Change in control.
Mr. Speaker, in 53, the amendment in subclause 1, paragraph A, line 1, before delete 2. So that it reads become or cease to be a signal, become or to cease to, become or cease to, in 53, 1A, line 1. The mission is licensed insurer, or reading from 92, or licensed reinsurer concerned on behalf of a person who intends to become or cease to be a significant owner of the land. There is 2 before the cease. That's what it's of.
All those in the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the clause amended, some part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Next. Chairman, we are on clause 54.
How to require disposal of interest or prohibit exercise of rights.
The Speaker, in 54, clause 1, paragraph A, delete and insert the following, captured on page 60 of the order paper.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 54 as an part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55.
For appointment of directors and other key persons.
No listed amendment. The question is that clause 55 should stand. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 56.
Removal of directors and other key persons.
The Speaker, in 56, subclause 3, paragraph C, delete it and insert the commission.
I'll put a question on 56. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that 56 as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57.
Suitability of directors, senior managers, and key persons.
Chairman.
The Speaker, in 57, subclause closing phrase, line 3, before person, insert director, senior manager, or key, so that the fit and proper assessment by the Commission will relate to director, a senior manager, or key person, insurance company.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment, but I have a difficulty with the use of the word suitability. Suitability. Are we talking of eligibility or suitability? This is not about a woman you are looking for marriage that you find suitable. We are talking of a legal person where you want, where before or after the commission approves the appointment of a director, senior manager, or key person in a control function of a licensed insurer. A significant licensed insurer, licensed reinsurer, the licensed insurer is aware of any information that is reasonably material to the improper assessment of the commission of that person. So you see, you are defining fit and proper assessment. Suitability, if we can find another word to substitute it. Suitability, where suitability of directors. Read 57, the head note, suitability. Maybe eligibility, but it cannot be suitability. It's not about going to choose a woman and finding whether she's suitable or not suitable. So eligibility will be a proper range, Speaker, not suitability. We are not looking for suitability in the person becoming a director, a senior manager, or a key person, but he meeting the minimum legal requirement to be. So I have a difficulty if we can substitute the word suitability. Yes, Speaker, that will make the rendition better.
So, Speaker, I have
Put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Sorry. The question is that clause 56 as amended should the bill. All those after the amendment. Honorable Minority Leader, please. 57. Yes, as further amended, substantive part for the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. 58.
Maintenance of financially sound control.
Chairman.
The Speaker, in 58, subclause 1, paragraph B line 2, before insurer insert licensed, so that the licensed reinsurer for consistency across.
Honorable members, all the proposed amendments say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is, clause 58 as amended part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59.
Stated capital.
And 59, subclause 1. In the opening for 1, we have to delete and insert or wherever the phrase insurer or a licensed reinsurer appears in the bill, it should read a licensed insurer or a licensed, unless the context otherwise determines.
Honorable members, proposed amendments for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 59.
Mr. Speaker, on 59, and it's a policy question. Is it not right for this Parliament the minimum ceilings of the stated capital? We've just banking crisis where we didn't know where banks' minimum capital and its associated crisis. So for insurance companies, can we define the relative categories and make a determination by law what should be the minimum requirement an insurer, a reinsurer, in what category? Why are we leaving it to a directive? I'm requesting for a policy action because stated capital, you can't leave it open and just say by a resolution. Mr. Speaker, in the past, but we've just emerged, you see, the relationship between need, policy, and action is embedded in your practical experiences as a country. We've gone through a banking crisis, which crisis was predicated on the fact that we did not satisfy minimum requirements of minimum capital requirement of banks. Now we are setting up a legislation to govern insurance, which is also related to financial management and the resources of the country. Why are we not defining the minimum stated capital to begin with?
As part of the law. Yes. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There ought to be consistency across the management of the public sector. In many sectors, we do have minimum capital requirements. In the banking sector, in many areas, even to some extent in petroleum. Now, nowhere in these areas do you legislate specific thresholds. And it is because those thresholds would depend on the GDP at the time. It would depend on a lot of factors that we are not in a position to legislate at this particular time. That is why it is helpful to leave it to the regulator, and then as and when it arises, they can do the necessary adjustments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill further, particularly clause 1, the issue of a stated capital, they are leaving it to the direction of the Commission.
Right. The Honorable Analysis that says we can proceed. I'll put a question there. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Chairman, and the question is that clause 59 as amended should stand part of it. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60.
Capital adequacy requirements.
Clause 61.
Direction in relation to
Clause 62.
Maintenance of segregated funds.
Clause 63.
No failure to comply.
Members, for your consideration. In the absence of any amendment, the question is that clauses 8 to 63 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clause 64.
Prudential requirements specified in a directive.
Chairman.
Speaker, in clause 64, the amendment proposes that in subparagraph 1, subparagraph 2, line 3, delete and.
No, members, for your consideration. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 64, as amended, should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 65.
Shares to be paid for in cash.
66.
Distribution by licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer.
67.
Prohibit advance and loans.
The question is that clause 65 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 68.
Require statutory deposit.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 68, the amendment proposed that in subclause 2, lines 4 and 5, before both occurrences of insurer, insert licensed, and in line 6, before insert licensed.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 to 100. Any listed amendment? Any amendments, please?
Mr. Speaker, clause 69, 1. I have a difficulty with use of the word attributable. The deposited assets of a licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer shall be dealt with solely as follows. So I will, with your leave and indulgence, that the word attributable be deleted. The deposited assets, then to A, I'll correct it to read the deposited assets of a licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer, because fidelity, if you say assets, it must be the assets of the insurer or reinsurer. What is the meaning of attributable to? Attributable, I have difficulty accepting. So it should just read the deposited assets of a licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer shall be dealt with solely as follows. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I so submit.
Only to draw the minority leader's attention that it repeats throughout the clause. So if you go again to sub 2, you'll see the deposited assets attributable. So consequentially, we would amend say.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And is that clause 69 as amended should stand part of the bill. And all the others say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 60 to 100. Any amendments? Otherwise, the question is that clause 200 should stand part of the bill. All those say aye. All those against say no.
Mr. Speaker, bear with me. It's the speed with which I'm reading. On 69, I'm sorry to draw you back. The Commission may transfer an investment to the statutory manager or a liquidator. At that point, Mr. Speaker, should we be using shall or may? In clause 69(5), should it be shall or may? I mean, if you have something where the liquidator comes in, at that point, it's mandatory. But we are still using the word may. Look at it. I'm wondering whether it should not. The Commission shall transfer an investment to the statutory manager or a liquidator.
Abandoned. Honorable members, I put a question. Clause 70 to 100 should stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, 70 to 100. Yes, reading it because as they read, per our rules, we will follow through from the table. The fact that the committee has no amendment does not mean that any of the items in this chamber may not be able to pick up.
If there are any amendments, may we have them now? If there are any amendments, honorable members who have read will have listed or asterised their proposed amendments. Then we'll proceed.
Mr. Speaker, minority leader, if he has amendments,
but let's go.
They come by second consideration.
If there are any amendments, we go forward and backward. So for the time being, that clause 70 to 100 stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, for instance, 70.1.1. Why 30th January and not 31st January? When we were children, we recited 30 days of September, April, June, and November. I see 30th January. Why 71.1, the second line, 1st January and not 31st January? That's the end of the month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we'll put a question on 70 to 100. As we go, if there are any amendments, we'll come back to them. All those in favor say aye. Those against say yes. No.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the issue raised authority leader is not being adequately addressed. 71.1 says, subject to subsection 2, the Commission shall, on or before 30th January of each year, authorize payment to a licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer. Why 30th January? It is presumed that 30th January is the end of this month. And if that's the case, the month January ends on the 31st and not 30th, which is why I'm asking the minority that posed the question. Why not 31st January but 30th January?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me. If you read the clause very well, it's just stating a time frame within which an act is supposed to be done. So that act is done on or before 30th January or 31st day of January. Is neither here nor there. But the sponsors of the bill want the act to be done on or before the 30th day of January of the year. I do not think we should be too much worried about why is it 30th.
Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee.
I thought we were putting a question of clauses 70 to 100. So that's what I'm waiting to.
Very well. Pursuant to the honorable majority leader's intervention, what do you say? Or we were not following?
And the 31st, I thought we were amending to 31st January.
No, there's no amendment.
31st January.
No, the policy is
31st.
Why 31st?
So that exactly.
No, but
The Speaker, amendment abandoned. Amendment.
So
abandoned.
I should put a question?
Yes, 100.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 01.
Qualification of statutory money.
Mr. Speaker, 74 1A. A licensed insurer and a licensed reinsurer establish and maintain a governance framework that provides for a clear and appropriate apportionment of. What's the meaning of significant responsibility? If you just want to say responsibility, say so. You cannot say significant. Are you saying there are significant responsibilities? So the word significant should go. Delete the word significant. Responsibilities between senior managers and key persons. The word significant, I think, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't belong there. Then 74 1B. Separation of the oversight function from the management function responsibility. Just using words, or we mean that in this particular process, there will be management function and there will be oversight function. I do not see so. If there is, provide an explanation. So separated, separation of oversight function of who, and then the management responsibility of who in the governance framework. So, Mr. Speaker, this would be my suggestion to improve 74 if it's equal to the policy sponsors of the bill.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I thought you already put a question on 70 to 100. Now we are going back to.
Yes, we can go back. Consideration stage, please. Just.
So then I thought he would come by way of second consideration. He notes down all of his amendments. We could even advertise same tomorrow.
Minority leaders, are you?
Yeah, not that amendment. We will accommodate them, your amendments, we type them out, and then we consider. Because if we have to. Mr. Speaker,
54.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of this House, it was in 2011 that an attempt was made to revise the insurance bill through Parliament. And we have not been able to revise the insurance. If we miss this opportunity, that will be it. The fear is that what has happened in the securities and exchange industry, as well as the banking sector, if we don't follow the laws in the insurance industry, that's the next area that will be a financial crisis. That is why there's a lot of work that has gone through this one. And this committee has met, revised, brought it back. A lot of work has gone through it. And you also know that the chairman is leaving the House. This is one of the legacy bills that the chairman wants to pass before. So
The chairman is leaving not by choice.
Minority
Let's
leader.
keep it. In this industry, the stakeholders and the sense of all these words that we're talking about has a meaning to the stakeholders. and they are supposed to clarify ahead of time. So let's leave the players in the industry to define this. Oversight control, they know what it needs to be. If it is not done, there can be a problem. I think we should keep it as it is to ensure that they do the right thing.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, if you kindly indulge me, 69 6A plus 6A. I think what they want to write there is release, not realize. It reads, where a licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer becomes insolvent at a time when a statutory manager or liquidator has not been appointed, the Commission may release the deposited asset. But it's what is written realize. I think it's release they want to write.
No.
69 6A. Chairman, what do you want to? Are you sure you want to realize? How do you realize that the deposit? The person has got deposit with you. It's a release.
Please.
I forgive my colleagues. He was thinking about design and things like that. This is a term of art in finance.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly we are on clause 74, and a decision has not been taken before, and we are taking back to 69. So I want to contribute to the debate regarding clause 70 as raised by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I support the deletion of the word significant, because responsibility is responsibility. Whether significant or not is a responsibility. And the word significant may be relative. What is significant to the Minister for Monetary may not be significant. So let's just restrict ourselves to the use of the word responsibility.
Yes.
Chairman, you have to react. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that we are dealing with a specialized industry, and every word used has a purpose. Mr. Speaker, if you take away significant, it changes the meaning, because to qualify responsibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I will want to propose that, because significant may be key responsibilities. Key responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, may not be the same as just ordinary responsibilities. So the meaning, Mr. Speaker, will be tweeted. The meaning, Mr. Speaker, will be distorted if we take away the word significant. So we should leave it as it is.
The chairman for constitutional legal, you've just given us a word. So why not use key responsibility? We are familiar with that. When you say significant, go and define significant responsibility. Then that's why we take to responsibility, because there is no significant or insignificant responsibility. Even in technical words, show me in insurance what is significant and what is less significant. Give me evidence in insurance that this particular responsibility is less significant and this is significant. So long as you use the word significant, you are presuming less significant or insignificant.
Every responsibility is significant.
Our majority leader, please.
If you go back 52, it is the word significance. There's a distinction between ordinary ownership and significant ownership, for instance. So I think it's treated. It's an industry term. Yes, significant ownership. I think is maybe an industry term. So I don't know if we may want to leave it. Yes. Initially, I was also concerned about the use of the word significant responsibility. I want to believe that really they want to relate to responsibility to significant onus. But it appears it's a bit different. So let's leave them. Maybe it's a term of...
Mr. Speaker, I can abandon it, but here, leader, if you are 51, 52% shareholder, you are a significant shareholder. That is understandable. But with ability, I do not see the distinction between, you see, I'm saying that you are making a law. Once you emphasize significant responsibility, you are presuming that there is less responsibility or insignificant responsibility. But if the policy insists, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the opposition.
Thank you very much. Now, shall we make progress? Honorable Chairman, 100. Shall we be conclusive about taking that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you already put the question on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where do we go?
Go to 101.
Where do we go now?
101.
101. Yes, you are on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, clause 101. The amendment proposed is that in paragraph A, line 2, we delete insurer or reinsurer and insert licensed insurer or licensed reinsurer.
Honorable amendments for consideration of the House. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 101 has to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 102.
Duties of statutory manager.
103.
Powers of statutory manager.
104.
Women statutory manager.
105.
Reports of statutory manager.
101, please.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, 103.
All right, then let's put a question to 105.
On the others, up to 102. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So can I put a question to 105? That clauses 102 to 105 should stand. Is that one should stand part of the bill? All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And yes, honorable majority there.
Mr. Speaker, because 103 is creating 103. 103. Powers of statutory manager. I would have wished that 103.1 in the second line we find space for the word shall instead of just saying has the powers, rights and privilege. Shall have the powers. Shall
Hello, Chairman, shall have the power.
It will not read well if you put shall have the power, because there's an A, a B, and a C, and you cannot just put shall have the power.
Honorable majority there.
The Speaker is abandoned.
Where do we get to? In what?
105.
105.
Yeah, so, but we're not having amendment up to 116.
107.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, 104. The head note, remuneration of statutory manager. But if you read 104.1, the costs, charges, and expenses. Now that doesn't have space in the head note. Then you come incurred by statutory manager, including remuneration agreed on with the commission. So of two legs of expenditure, remuneration normally will be salaries, allowances, and others. But if you come to 104, you are talking of remuneration. So if it's remuneration, say remuneration. You cannot say costs and expenses. Or so we either change the head note to include remuneration and other expenses, or we change the body that we are talking solely about remuneration of a statutory manager. Then limiting ourselves to his salaries and the allowances, not cost, not expenses, and not other charges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, based on the argument of the minority leader, I propose that the heading to remuneration and expenses of a statutory manager.
Okay.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say the ayes have it.
Based on his argument, if that's the case, he talks about the cost, charges, and expenses. Just want to get rid of cost and charges and just replace it by expenses. Why leave only one? If you want to follow his argument, then it should be cost, charges, and expenses. They need to be considered. I don't think we should change the heading if you read the whole clause.
So should I put a question? Honorable, please.
Mr. Speaker, I read the language of 104 well. It's clear that costs is not being treated as of expenses, and the same thing applies to charges, because cost, charges, and expenses are treated separately, and remuneration is also treated separately. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to make the head notes as comprehensive as possible, I want to propose this, that the head note should read remuneration, cost, charges, and expenses of the statutory manager. So move. Remuneration, cost, charges, and expenses.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Any further amendment to 104? And the question is therefore that 104, as amended, should stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you can put a question on clauses 105 to 16, 105 to 116.
105 to
116.
I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, 116 refuses and rejects.
Shall I put a question to on 105 to 115?
Thank you, Mr. Right.
And the question is that 105 to 115 should stand part of the bill, and all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes. 106. 116. Yes, honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just asking from the policy sponsors what the word refuses, where the commission rejects an application or refuses an application, whether they mean 162A, Chairman Consider, 116 refuses. Okay. Thank you.
116. Any proposed amendment? Okay, I'll put a question then. The question is that clause 116 part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Aye. Clause 116 stand part of the bill. 117.
Application for renewal of insurance intermediary license.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in 117, sub 3, line 3, delete 8 and insert the commission.
I'll put a question. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that 170 as amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 118.
Renewal of insurance intermediary license.
Mr. Speaker, similarly, in clause 118, the amendment proposed in sub-clause 1, the opening phrase, line 2, is to delete 8 and insert the commission.
Members for consideration. The question is clause 118 as amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 119, no listed amendment for your consideration.
Change in insurer or insurance agent.
The question is that clause 119 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 120.
Grounds for cancellation insurance intermediary license.
Clause 120. The amendment proposed is that in paragraph B, line B, before business, insert insurance intermediary.
Honorable, propose amendment for your consideration. Yes. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Third amendment. Chairman.
Speaker, 120.
Yes.
Clause 120. The amendment proposed that paragraph D, line 1, before enforcement, insert an enforcement action.
Honorable, propose amendment for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 120 as variously amended to stand part of the bill. Favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. Honorable Chair.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, permit me to take the House back to 119. There is a little amendment that, Mr. Speaker, I will propose. That is 119 line 1191 line 2. Mr. Speaker, line 2 reads the insurer is stated on the insurance agent lines insurance agent license. Mr. Speaker, I rather want to that it should read on the license of the insurance agent, on the license of the insurance agent. So, Mr. Speaker, 119 then read, a licensed insurance agent shall not act as the insurance agent for an insurer unless the name of the insurer is stated on the license of the insurance agent. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, earlier the question has been put on 119, and then he took us back to 119. We have no objection to this amendment, so if we can put them again on 119, clause 119.
But first, you must put the question on the proposed amendment. So, yes,
Mr. Speaker, you look at 1191, the second line. The language is in the possessive, that is, insurance agent license. So, Mr. Speaker, to reword it, to let it read, is stated on the license of the insurance instead of stated on the insurance agent license. I so move.
All in favor of the proposal? Yes, Honorable Member for West.
Yeah, there's something called insurance agent license. So I don't see why he's objecting to it being in the possessive. That is there is something like that. It is not just possessive.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we look at 119 carefully, it reads, a licensed insurance agent shall not act as the insurance agent for an insurance insurance unless the name of the insurer is stated in the insurance agent license. So it means that it is referred to as insurance agent license that have the name of the insurer.
But is there any such thing? Insurance agent license, as the bill provides that anywhere. Yes.
If you read it carefully, what we have, if you read, Mr. Speaker, 1193, a similar language is used. A language that I'm proposing is used, except that the meaning is not the same. Mr. Speaker, 1193 says an application under paragraph A of subsection 2 to insert the name of a licensed insurer, license of an insurance agent, on the license of an insurance agent. Why did they say on the insurance agent license? So, Mr. Speaker, if we are the possessive, which is not even appropriate, Mr. Speaker, we should use it correctly. But what one is intended to is that on the license of the insurance agent, license of the insurance agent. So, Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that we need to split hairs over this. The insurance agent license has been defined. So it means it's a term of the industry. 170. Insurance agent license means a license issued to a person who intends to sell insurance on behalf of an insurer. So it's an industry terminology, so we have to live with it.
Yes, West.
I wanted to refer you to the interpretation, page 170.
I think that should solve the problem, right? So we'll not go back to 119. Chairman, I'm seeking your guidance. The question on 119 has already
the question had already been put on 119.
So if the amendment
same
is
120.
very well.
So now we are
121.
121. We are at 121.
From
There are no misadvertised from 121. Okay.
Clause 121.
Notice of cancellation of insurance intermediary license.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 121. All in favor of the clause 121 bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 121 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 122.
Approval required for change in significant ownership or level of control.
123.
Application for approval under section 122.
124.
Power to require disposal of interest or prohibit rights.
125.
Approval required.
126.
Power to require the removal of director, senior manager, or key person in a control function.
127.
Matters affecting the suitability of the significant owner, director, senior manager, and key person in a control function.
128.
Maintenance of financially sound condition.
Yes, Honorable.
Earlier, the word suitability has been changed to eligibility in some earlier clause. So we should make sure that we change this suitability to eligibility.
127.
Which
127?
127.
Yes, suitability should eligibility. We have made an early amendment.
Eligibility.
Eligibility.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to take notes and effect their corrections appropriately. 28.
Maintenance of financially sound condition.
1.
Equity.
130.
Direction of Commission in relation to capital resources.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, 127, head note, refers to now, as we have been told, eligibility of the significant owner, director, senior manager, and key person in control function, in a control function. I think the significant is not qualified director. It doesn't qualify director. Standalone term, significant owner. And we have director, which is also a standalone. Just so that we may not be confused about qualifying the director, yes. So I think that it will begin with eligibility of director, senior manager, before significant owner, in that order. Otherwise, we may end up confusing ourselves a bit.
Yes, Honorable Member for West.
Mr. Speaker, I think that for us not to mix up, whenever you call the numbers consecutively, and there is an issue in one, you put the question for the rest, and we start from where the issue has been raised. Because Honorable Akutase raised the issue. Leader is also raising, but we have mentioned a number of things. So where we have no problem with those earlier clauses, you should change, and we start off from where the controversy may be.
Very well, thanks for your assistance. I crossed to 128 if they called me back to 127. In any case, all in favor of clauses 122 up to 126 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 122 through to 126 stand part of the bill. Now 127, let's be clear what amendments is intended.
Speaker, I was just saying, just for the avoidance of doubt, we need to state the director first, so that it may not be misread to me that we have an officer called director. So I said we should just introduce director first. So it will mean matters affecting the suitability now to read eligibility of director, senior manager, key person in control function, or significant owner. That's all that I'm saying. If you look at the body, 1271A has that arrangement. So there is no confusion. That is why when you come to B, significant owner is treated differently. I'm just saying that you have a rearrangement of the heads to conform to A and B.
Yes, honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. That the amendment is carried. Now the question is, clause 127 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 127 as amended. That is stand part of the bill. Clause 128.
Maintenance of financially sound condition.
129.
Equity.
130.
Direction of Commission in relation to capital resources.
In favor of clauses 128 through to 130 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 128, 129, 130 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 131.
Notice of likely failure to comply.
Honourable members, can you let the discussions go down a bit, please? Thank you. Yes. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker, clause 131 in paragraph in subclause 3, line 1, delete who and insert that, so that it reads a corporate insurance intermediary that contravenes subsection 1.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 131 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Clause 131 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. 132.
Framework.
133.
Directors of insurance intermediaries.
134.
Control function.
135.
Risk management.
136.
General obligations in the conduct of business.
137.
Prohibition against dealing with unlicensed insurer or unlicensed reinsurer.
138.
Directors to provide of and dealing with premiums and other insurance monies.
139.
Receipt of holding of monies by licensed insurance.
140.
Receipt of holding of monies by licensed broker and licensed reinsurance broker.
141.
Professional indemnity insurance and other insurance.
142.
Insurance agents considered as agents of insurer.
143.
Liability of licensed insurer for conduct of agents.
144.
Insurer or reinsurer not to conduct business with unlicensed insurance broker.
145.
Insurance intermediary not to be wound up by private liquidation.
146.
A share intermediary not to be wound up by rate liquidation.
146.
Application for Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act 2020, Act 1015.
148.
Commencement of proceedings.
149.
Petition of relevant company.
150.
Service on commission.
All in favor of the foregoing clauses being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 132 to 150 are ordered to stand part of. 151.
Maintenance of financial records.
152.
Financial year of licensee.
153.
Meaning of financial statements.
154.
Preparation of financial statements.
155.
Preparation of financial statements to the Commission.
156.
Submission of periodic financial statements and returns. Amendments of financial statements.
158.
Group financial statements.
159.
Appointment of auditor by reporting licensee.
160.
Duties of reporting licensee in relation to audits.
161.
Audits and auditors report.
162.
Reporting obligations of an auditor.
163.
Power of Commission to appoint an auditor.
164.
Commission to undertake inspection visits.
165.
Duties of relevant persons.
166.
Notice to provide information or produce documents.
167.
Recovery plan.
168.
Approval of recovery plan.
169.
License insurer and license reinsurer to comply with recovery plan.
170.
Amendment of recovery plan.
All in favor of clauses 151 to 170 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes clauses 151 to 150 ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 171.
Appointment of skilled person.
172.
Commission.
173.
Conduct of interview by commission.
174.
Examination and affirmation by court.
175.
Search warrant.
176.
Appointment of investigator.
177.
Powers of investigator.
178.
Direction to license insurer and reinsurer.
180.
Direction to license insurance intermediary.
180, sorry.
Direction to person carrying on unlicensed business.
181.
General provisions concerning directions.
182.
Application to court for
183.
public statements.
184.
Penalty for late payment.
185.
Arrangements for disclosures of concern by employees and directors.
186.
Applications under this act.
187.
Conditions.
189.
Returns and reports.
189.
Duty to cooperate.
190.
Provisions of assistance to appoint to other authorities.
191.
Matters relevant to the provisions.
192.
Restrictions on disclosure of information.
193.
Permitted disclosure.
1.
Privileged information.
195.
Admissibility of statements.
196.
Protection for disclosure.
All in favor of clauses 172, 71 through to 196 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 172 to 196 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 197.
Regulations.
Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, first, the sectional note. We want to delete and insert regulatory powers.
Yes. Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXVIII.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 38. The amendment proposed is in sub paragraph E, line 1, delete the and insert provides to be given to a person to be investigated under section 176.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes, the amendment is carried. Item XXXIX.
The Speaker, Roman 39. The amendment proposed again is in subclause 2, paragraph I, line 1, delete procedures and insert procedure. Specify the procedure for links by customers against a licensee to the commission mediation.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XL.
The Speaker, Roman 40. The amendment again in subclause 2, paragraph K, line 1 is to delete in, insert under. Specify the circumstances under which complaints may be referred to the complaint.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLI.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 41. The amendment proposed again in subclause 2, paragraph N is to delete applications with the S and insert provide for application for an innovative license.
Does it sound right to you? If you want to change it from plural, then we should introduce that provide for an application. Otherwise, applications is okay.
It is fine if you don't bring the and. Provide for application for an innovative license. Provide for application for an innovative license.
If you are making a single, I think we should introduce an. Provide for an application for.
Mr. Speaker, I think that it works both ways. Now, if you introduce an specific, but if it says application in generic term as it says it, will also work. But there's the sense of understanding is that it applies to all applications. But in this context, we are talking of specific an application. So it depends on which way you want to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once you are changing plural, you will set an application. So I think the chairman agrees. The further amendment will be to add an to an.
Yes, Chairman. Very well. So the rendition will be provide for an application for an innovative license. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The is carried. Now, clause 197. Clause 197, as variously amended. Standard part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 197, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I was just looking at the arrangement in 197, which relates to the use of the word expert. It's the use of 197, that is specifically at K. So we come now to define what expert means in that context. And I think it's appropriately captured in 194. And when you go back to 187, those words used are also in the body of 187. But before you come to the usage, you are explaining what it means in the context. So I think that those words, approval, condition, and exemption, have come at the end of 187, so that it will read, for the purposes of this section, approval means so and so, after you have used them, just as it obtains in 197. I'm just talking about relocating it to the end, so that it serves the purpose.
Relocating them from where to the end?
From 1871. You've used it in 1872, approval. Condition is also used in 3, A, the preamble, and even D, and so on. And the exemption is also used in the main body. So I was saying that after the usage, then you come and locate it at the end of 187. So that it will now 1877 with the necessary adjustments up 7, then we would read the purpose of this section. Approval means, condition means, exemption means, just as has been in 197.
Yes, well, West.
I think that the suggestion is for you to direct that person to really relocate, where in the 187 plus subclause 1 becomes subclause 4. I mean, so subclause 7. In that case, similar to 197, where you use the words and then under you say for this section, this is the meaning attached to it. So it may not have to be a motion. It should be directed to rearrange it.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriate paragraph is L, not K, in 4. Because expert does not appear in K at all. It's L, fair correction.
Oh, you're going back to 197.
Yes, that's the issue.
Let me get a consensus on the suggestion made by the leader on relocating 7-1.
One 974, right?
I was citing that as the proper location of a word that must be defined. That is usage in the body of the section. And I was saying that this is appropriate. So we should look and do the same thing for one.
So let me give the direction. Let me give the direction in respect of 187 first. But Chairman, are you comfortable with that? That we relocate 1871 to 1877. You're comfortable?
In the 197, the reference is to paragraph L.
Don't worry, we will come back to that.
That's where we started. That's where we started.
7 and 197 are different clauses.
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
So let me make the order for 187. After that, I'll listen to you on 197. So I direct the to relocate 1871 to the end of the clause so that it may become 1877. That's so direct. Now you're saying that 197L instead of K.
Aspect is used in paragraph L.
Yes.
And not paragraph K. I think we deleted one of the paragraphs earlier and it stayed.
For the purpose of paragraph L.
Yes.
Very well. Honourable, I direct the draft persons to effect that correction. So, where were 198?
Directives.
There's no advertisement amendment to 198. 199.
Directives for insurance intermediaries.
200.
General provisions relating to directives.
201.
Guidelines.
202.
International standards and best practice.
203.
Approved forms.
204.
Requirements to
205.
publication of guidelines and approved forms.
06.
Immunity.
207.
Procedures for complaints.
Now, all in favor of clauses 98 through to 207 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 198 through 207 are ordered to stand part. 208.
Court proceedings.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in 208, subclause 1, line 5, we want to delete it and insert the
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 208 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 208 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 209.
Sale of microinsurance via licensed insurance.
210.
Index insurance contracts.
21.
Innovative insurance license.
212.
Innovative insurance intermediary license.
213.
Criteria for grants of an innovative insurance license.
All in favor of clauses 209 to 203, 213, 209 to 213 being a part of the bills. All against, say no. The ayes have clauses 209 to 213 are stand part of the bill. Clause 214.
Insurance against liability under Workmen's Compensation Act 87, PNDC Law 187.
Amendment proposed.
So before I move the proposed amendment, the minister would want to give some policy indication.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minister that brings this bill, to move for the entire 2 to be deleted. This has happened after considerable engagement with stakeholders, following stakeholder discussions. And the decision is that we 214. So with your leave, I'd like to move for 214.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I want to support the minister, but I want to go further. Consequentially, 2152 217 must also be deleted for the same reasons.
Yes, Honourable Members, yes.
The Deputy Minister is saying that after consultation, but this is also very important in this insurance area, where professionals in these element of such institutions to ensure them against risk. And it's a major policy. To come and say that after consultation you want it deleted is a very serious matter. It is serious because it means we are professionals and the workmen in these areas bereft of any benefits in case they have suffered any incident. So he needs to come back clearly.
Mr. Speaker, I admire the sentiment expressed by Honorable Electorate. The point is this: notation was done by the institution itself, the Insurance Commission, and when they had the engagement with us, these were raised. At the time, we thought they had convinced us they had to have this day. But following the laying of the bill, Finance has had a lot of feedback from industry players and affected stakeholders. We've spoken with the Commission and informed them we intend to make this motion to remove the said clauses completely. We are always able to come back if we are minded to do so, but the Speaker's point, the policy objective is to this element removed in order to pave way for this bill to be passed. Otherwise, we may have to hold it until these matters are resolved.
Very well. So, how many clauses are you seeking to be deleted?
214, 215, 216, and 217. 217. So 214 to 217.
Very well. Honourable members, all in favour of deleting clauses 214 through to 217 from the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 214 to 217 are ordered to be deleted from the bill. Now, clauses, okay, we'll start from 218.
Requirements to ensure and maintain public liability insurance.
219.
Scope of cover of public liability insurance.
210.
Requirements to ensure and maintain professional indemnity insurance.
211.
Innovative insurance license.
Sorry. 221. Right. Sorry, what's that? Let me be clear. From 218, 219, 220, 221. Is that right? Plus 221.
Scope of cover of a professional indemnity.
222.
Requirement to insure commercial buildings.
223.
Scope of commercial building insurance contracts.
224.
Requirement into compulsory insurance contracts.
225.
Insurance for risk arising in Ghana.
226.
Marine insurance.
227.
Establishment of fire fund.
228.
Object of the fire control fund.
229.
Sources of money for the fire control.
230.
Fire control fund committee.
231.
Management of the fire control fund.
232.
Establishment of the motor compensation fund.
233.
Object of the motor compensation fund.
234.
Sources of money for the motor compensation fund.
235.
Motor compensation fund committee.
236.
Management of the motor compensation fund.
237.
Emergency treatment for road traffic accidents victims.
238.
Conditions for making payments from the motor compensation fund.
239.
Establishment rescue fund.
240.
Object client rescue fund.
All in favor of clauses 218 through to 240 being out of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 218 through to 240 are ordered to stand part of the bill. 241.
Sources of money for the client rescue fund.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 241, the amendment proposes that in subclause 2, delete and insert the following as captured on page 63 of the order.
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. It's 241. Sorry. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 241 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 241 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. 243.
Client Rescue Fund Committee.
243.
Management of the Client Rescue Fund.
244.
Establishment of the Insurance Education Fund.
245.
Object of the Insurance Education Fund.
All in favor of clauses 242 through to 245 being a part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 242 to 245 are audited of the bill. 246.
Sources of money for the Insurance Education Fund.
Yes, amendment proposed. Chairman.
Again, just as we did in clause 246, the amendment proposes that sub clauses 2 and 3 be deleted and insert the following on page 63.
Honourable members, consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment? All against, say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 246 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 246 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Insurance Education Fund Committee.
248.
Management of the Insurance Education Fund.
249.
Establishment of the Agricultural Insurance Fund.
250.
Object of Agricultural Insurance Fund.
251.
Sources of Agricultural Insurance Fund.
252.
Agricultural Insurance Fund Committee.
253.
Management of the Agricultural Insurance Fund.
254.
Accounts, audit and annual report.
255.
Misleading advertisement statements.
256.
False or misleading representations, statements, reports,
257.
other penalties.
258.
Appeal to court.
259.
Avoidance of contracts of insurance of unlimited amount.
260.
Minimum premium rate and maximum levels of commission or remuneration.
261.
Insurance database.
262.
Payment of premium.
263.
Interpretation.
$264.
Repeals and savings.
265.
Transitional provisions.
All in favor of clauses 247 through to 265 being a part of the bill, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 247 through 5 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The schedule.
Table of offences and penalties.
Item VI. Amendment proposed. Yes, Chairman. First schedule. Yes.
The table of offences and penalties. The first schedule, the sections described over there, it will change. We deleted 214, 215, 216. So in there, 2143, 26, the last but 2. The last but 2 row. The sections. Okay, so 214362 would have to be deleted.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
I was saying that maybe you could direct the draft person to.
Well, very well. It's actually consequential to the deletion of. So I direct the draft persons to delete references to 2143 and 2162 in the group of clauses and sub-clauses referred to in the first schedule. Yes. Now to your proposal.
Speaker, I'll just confer with the head of table office in respect of the transition provisions. Usually, the usual provision in respect of bank accounts, which may hold some amount of money for or half of the I think I'm not seeing it here. I was just asking if we could do a compare. If it's not there, and find space for it. So the table officers may be directed, Mr. Speaker, look at the standard formulation, and if it's important to include that one, then they'll create space for it here. That is for 265.
I'll direct the draft persons to look at the transitional provisions, get in line with the standard adopted by the House. Yes, I've given the directions already. Yes, Chairman, you may move your amendment first schedule. Yes, item EI.
In the first schedule, in the table on page 179, the second column, second row, line 1, delete purports and insert purporting, so that it is carrying on or purporting to carry purporting.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLVII. Chairman.
The Speaker, on the second schedule, the amendment proposed is that the
Chairman, before you proceed, having regard to the state of business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Now you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, because we had deleted the description of sections up there, the table in the first schedule, the parts that relate to 2143, properly so, 21 would also have to go on page 199. Page 199. On page 199.
I'll direct the draft persons to delete the references to
the Speaker.
Clauses 214 to 21. Any references to them should be deleted from the record. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first I will move the advertised amendment in the second schedule. But the table on page 204, column 3, the field after paragraph 4, insert financial and investment and financial and investment analyst.
To be inserted at where?
In the third column.
Third column.
1, 2, 3.
Corporate
In the fifth row, number 220. After the fourth paragraph, that would be after the lawyers. After the lawyers, you would insert financial and investment analyst with an S. Financial and investment.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment, yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, now the section description Again, in the second schedule, 214 and 216 have to go. At the top, that was for now the second schedule. Then the second row and then the third row, workmen compensation group life, would have to be deleted entirely. The second row, the third row.
Very well. The draft persons are directed to move any references to 214 to 217 in the schedules. Now, the schedules as amended shall stand part. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The schedules as amended in order to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to establish the National Insurance Commission to provide for the regulation and supervision of the insurance market and for related matters.
The long title shall stand favor. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Insurance Bill 2020. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, I guess we could take a suspension now and come back in 1.5 hours' time. We'll come back at 3. Yes.
Very well. Yes, Minority Bench.
Mr. Speaker, as proposed by the leader, we can take the suspension and come back at 3:30.
Yes, honourable members, sitting is suspended. The House will resume at 3:30.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I understand it. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that we could take motions numbered 3 and 74 at page 64 of the today. Those stand in the name of the Finance Minister.
You mean motion number 3? The third reading? How's empty like that? No. Let's do something. Let's do some consideration. When at least.
In that case, we'll go back to
Other paper addendum.
yes, the other paper addendum, page item 2, as the National Ambulance Service Body 20, the Speaker at the consideration stage.
Yes, other paper addendum. Item number 2, National Ambulance Service Bill 2020, consideration stage. Clause 1.
Establishment of the National
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, amendment proposed, subclause 1, delete and insert the following. There is established by this Act the National Ambulance Service as a body corporate.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, subclause 2, line 2. Delete movable and immovable.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. And say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, Clause 3, lines 1, 2. Delete immovable property, the and insert land, the land.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. Is carried. Now, Clause 1, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Membership of the service.
Let's not advertise amendment to Clause 2. All in favor of Clause 2 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Objects of the service.
Item IV. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 3, line 1. Delete, ensure, and insert provide for.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is carried. Now, all clause 3 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Functions of the service.
Item V.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, amendment proposed. Delete paragraph B and insert with ensure of a 24-hour access to ambulance services.
All in favor of the proposal say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
Clause 4, amendment proposed, paragraph C, line 3. Delete medical so that and other emergencies, any other emergencies.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, paragraph F, line 2. Delete, determine, and insert recommend.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VIII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, paragraph G, line 1. Delete intentionally and insert internationally.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. Item IX.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph G, line 1. Paragraph A, line 1. After effective, insert and efficient.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item X.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph J, line 1. Delete, authorize, and insert determine.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now 4. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for 4F, we have relation. For the purpose of achieving the object under Section 3, the service shall, with the approval of the Minister and in consultation with the Minister responsible for finance, determine charges for services rendered by the service. Mr. Speaker, this formulation does not work. You can't have the service consult their own minister for approval and then again go behind the minister to have consultation with the Minister of Finance. It doesn't exist anywhere. That's not how it's done. There should be a formulation of this. It's never done that way.
Yes, we thought you were formulating it. Kindly formulate it so that I put a question.
The service in charge of the minister. You can't go to the Minister of Finance. You have to go through the Minister of Finance.
Proceed, so we'll come back to.
Mr. Speaker, if may step one down for the time being. Do a proposal.
Well, so I'll defer the question on clause 4. Clause 5. Clause 5.
Governing body of the service.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, amendment clause 1, paragraph A, line 1, delete who is a person who has and insert with.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes, the amendment is carried. Item XII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, subclause 1, paragraph B, lines 2 and 3, delete emergency-related skills and competence and insert skills and competence in emergency-related services.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have amendment is carried. Item XIII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, subclause 1, paragraph C, delete the whole paragraph C and then insert the following. One representative, since is insert who was advertised as C.
As advertised on page 10 of the other paper. Very well. Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. Item XIV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5, subclause 1, paragraph D, delete and insert the following. An emergency medical technician in the service, nominated by the service.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XV.
Mr. Speaker, just to seek your guidance, item XB, the advertised amendment was incomplete. I wanted to insert.
Just read what is your proposed amendment.
Okay. Subclause 1, part, delete and insert the following. One representative of the Faculty of Emergency Medicine of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, not below the rank of a fellow, nominated by the minister.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 1, delete paragraph F.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Item XVIII.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 2, line 2. Insert chairperson and other.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. MXIX.
Mr. Subclause 3, line 1. Delete proper end. And after effective, insert and efficient.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause as variously amended shall start of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended in part of the bill. Clause 6.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the...
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I could go back to 4, the 4F.
Yes.
And proffer this amendment. For the purpose of achieving the object under Section 3, the service with the approval of the Minister of Finance given through the Minister determining charges for services rendered by the city.
Other members for the consideration of this. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll go to clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, clause 6. Amendment proposed. Subclause paragraph B, lines 2 and 3. Delete all the words after member.
Other members for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXI.
Mr. Speaker, clause 3, line 4. After you insert or to a term of imprisonment of not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years or to both.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 6 as amended shall stand part of say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. 6 as amended is ordered to stand part of.
Tenure of office of members of the board.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 7, clause 1, line 1. Delete period and insert term.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against. The ayes have it. The amendment is item XXIII.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, lines 2 and 3. Yeah, clause 7. Delete, but a member shall not be appointed for more than 2 terms and insert for another term.
So that all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item XXIV.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 5, line 2. Delete that and insert there.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 7, subclause 7, paragraph B, line 4. After vacancy, insert for the unexpired term.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All against no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 7, as variously amended. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 7, subclause 2. Before we want to delete the line 3, we want to delete that and insert there, so that it will read by the office of the member, not that of the person.
Members, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 7. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the 7. Mr. Speaker, I think to tidy up the closing for 7, again, I think we have moved to construction, that the minister shall notify the president of vacancy, and the president shall appoint a person for the unexpired term, that is 7. Yeah, I'm just saying that we insist that the president in doing the appointment to fill the vacancy must do so pursuant to the act. In other words, those who occupy positions because of their official positions, the president will have to resort to that same mechanism. It cannot be that he just appoints them. It should be done pursuant to the provisions of. There's certain constructs that we use. Just to remind the draft person, should use it to qualify it. So we are sure that we are doing what is right.
Very well. I'll put the question on clause 7 and direct the draft persons to redraft sub-clause 7, right? Sub-clause 7 to reflect the template adopted by the House. So clause 7, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended, let to stand part of the bill. The draft persons are directed to redraft clause 7, sub-clause 7 to reflect the template adopted by the House. Clause 8.
Meetings of the board.
Mr. Speaker, clause 8, delete the whole clause 8, deleted and insert a new clause 8 as advertised in the order. Just to conform with the renditions that have been accepted.
For the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why he wants to do that. What is he trying to cure? What is wrong with the original rendition?
Mr. Speaker, the House approving most of the bills currently has a standard rendition that they use. So we are just doing that to conform with what the House has been doing currently. So that is just that.
The Speaker is saying that what is in the original rendition is not conforming with what we've been doing.
Honourable Member, do you have any suggestions to make?
Yeah, because I don't see why he wants to do that. He should keep the original rendition, unless there's a particular, issue he wants to cure with the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I see that we have moved away from the use of the word dispatch business, which seems to attach to itself some degree of alacrity in the transaction of business. Now, we just say that the board shall meet at least once every 3 months for the conduct of business, or the dispatch of business. I noticed that was been done. That correction has been effected in one. I'm just following what others that he has done may read, but at least for one, it changes it for the conduct of business, not for the dispatch of business.
What I understand the chairman to be saying is that the House appears to have adopted a template for similar clauses, and he wanted to bring that in conformity with
Yes, Speaker, again, the correct number has gone up to 7.
Because we changed the number.
So I do think that's been discussed. So that instead of moving them one after the other, you put everything together. But I've seen these two.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we are still counting. Mr. Speaker, if you go to sub 7, the rendition in sub 7 is not the same as what is captured in the other paper. What is captured in the bill itself starts with the validity of proceedings, but in the amended version of the proceedings of the board shall not be invalidated. So, Mr. Speaker, because of the numerous nature of the amendment, why the whole clause is being deleted and this one is being substituted. And besides, we have a template, so we have to go by the template.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 8 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. 8 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Disclosure of interest.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, 9. Amendment proposed. We are deleting the whole clause and replacing with a new clause 9. And that is here too is a similar reason to the template that the House has been using recently. So there were a lot of amendments to try and conform. So we are deleting the whole clause and putting on the new clause.
Members, for the consideration of all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. Yes, Leader.
I was just wondering whether the two whether A and B, whether it should be or instead of and. I think it should be or, not and.
Yes, Chairman. I think it should be and. Yes, must have done the two. You must have an interest which you fail to disclose and then sit in and participate in the meeting.
So if the person is present, if he discloses, right, maybe a few things happen. Because of that, they lose the trend of the business that is being. The person then, stays and participates. What happens? He fails. He discloses, but then to participate. So that shouldn't apply. You shouldn't see it because he didn't do the two together. Is that understanding? I think that any one of them, says a member, that is from one, a member of the board who has interest in the matter for consideration shall disclose in writing. And then when you have done so, you are disqualified from participating, from being present at and participating in the deliberations. So any one of them is a disqualifier.
Mr. Speaker, I to leaders' amendment.
Delete and at the end of A and insert O. Is that right?
Yes.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, leader.
A minor one in 3 line 2. The board shall recover any benefit, not benefit, any benefit. Does it mean it could be that he never had any benefit? And if there are any benefits, then that benefit must be recovered. So we should recover any benefit, not the benefit.
Mr. Speaker, I agree.
Now I'm putting the question on the new clause as amended. All in favor of the proposed new clause as amended, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 10, subclause 1, line 2, delete and insert all.
Which one?
So line 2. So the board and so of the board or non-members of the board.
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but this one, again, there is, to be consistent, there is what we have adopted as common. It is the board may establish committees consisting of members of the board.
Non-members of
or non-members of the board, or both, to perform at the board. That is the construct.
Yes, Chairman.
So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the advertised amendment for subclause 1, in line 2, after the board, we are inserting or both.
This one should be all.
Yes, we've done the all. So we are adding or both. So that it will read of the board or non-members of the board or both to perform a function of the board.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX.
Mr. Speaker, clause 10, subclause 3, line 3, delete its task and the of this meeting and insert the tax and the period of the meeting of the committee. Subclause 3.
What are you doing? There's a mistake there. There's a mistake there.
Printing.
There's a mistake.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, before the moves his own amendment, there's something missing here in the three. In the three, it should read a committee of the board made up of members and members shall be chaired by I don't know whether you want to use may or shall be chaired by a member of the board, right? Because with what you have done, if you come to three and say that a committee of the board may be chaired by a member of the board, and the board may direct the manner in which the committee may carry out the period for its meetings, it may mean that even when the committee is comprised, it consists of only non-members, that committee still should be chaired by a member of the, which is not what is intended. So we must decide there. Again, they know what to do. The table officers know what to do. Let them apply themselves.
But that's the amendment that has just been moved. The item XXIX is a different amendment from what you're talking about. Page 4, item XXIX, clause 10, subclause 3. I wanted to finish with that amendment before I consider the proposal. Yes, Chairman. Chairman, if you are not ready, kindly resume your seat. I don't remember Council Chairman Constitution and Leader.
We continue. So we are at XXX.
Yes. Chairman, you moved
Mr. Speaker,
the item XXIX.
XXIX. The Adverter amendment says subclause 3, line 3, after carry out, we delete its tax and the period of its meeting and insert the tax and the period of the meeting of the committee.
Very well. Iman.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we have a template for that, and in that template have the expression may direct the manner in which he carry out his tax up to the end. Mr. Speaker, once it is a committee of the board, it is implied that once a responsibility or piece of work is assigned to that subcommittee, the board will definitely give the committee its terms of reference. In all the pieces of legislation that we have passed in recent times, when it comes to the construction of this kind of expression, we don't normally that.
So what's your suggestion? Are you against the proposed amendment?
So, Mr. Speaker, my submission is even reinforced by 10.5, which says that a committee shall regulate the procedure for Mr. Speaker. What the chairman is saying to me is not relevant.
Yes, Chairman.
Just Mr. Speaker, this one refers to tax being given to the committee by the board. The 10.5 is the procedure for meetings, but this one is referring to tax the board can assign to the committee.
I'll put a question. All of the proposed amendments say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XX.
Clause 10. We delete the whole of subclause 4.
Very well. Why? All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, why? Why? Because immediately you come to 11, they've mentioned these committees: Finance Committee, Technical Planning Committee, Human Resources.
They are deleted downwards. They are also deleted.
And then you insert a new clause.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXXI.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 10, subclause 5, delete it and after meetings insert of the committee.
All in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 10 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now further direct that clause 10 be redrafted to bring it in conformity with the adopted template for clauses by the House. Clause 11. Clauses 11, 12, and 13 are to be deleted from the bill. Clause XXXB.
Establishment of National Ambulance Service Statutory Committee.
Chairman, non-performing minister.
Mr. Speaker, new clause is being proposed to be inserted. There are some few amendments in the new clause that is being proposed. So if I can refer to them.
You proceed with your whatever amendments.
Mr. Speaker, the new clause membership of the National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee, paragraph 1F. After the, you delete allied health professors and insert medical and dental council.
Wait, you mean this item XXXVI?
Yes.
Is what Speaker. The preceding one is?
Yes, Mr. The clause, the head note is National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee, and then a structure on National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee, and then there's also without limiting subsequent. All those are being proposed, but then under that we have some further amendments to the membership.
I'm confused. So item XXXV. XXXV is adding a new subclause or National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee, and then you come to the establishment of National Ambulance Advisory Committee, and then what is the one beneath it? Is it that's the new clause? The sectional head and the other headline. So where's the new clause?
Mr. Speaker, the first head note, then there's an open statement before the subsection, subparagraphs, or if you like, subclauses. It said without limiting subsection 1 of section 10 that we have already dealt with. Then it started with the individual members of the Technical Advisory Committee.
You come with another new clause, membership of the National Ambulance. I think you should merge these two, shouldn't you? They appear to be different clauses, but they appear to be doing the same thing. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman proposed for us to delete subclause 4 of clause 10. When he said that we should delete that provision without limiting subsection 1, the board shall establish the following committees: Finance, Technical and Planning Committee, and the Human Resource Management Committee. He deleted that. I think really what ought to have been done was just to have said, all the formulation here, so that it will have read, without limiting subsection 1, the board shall establish National and Technical Advisory Committee. It ought to have been done at 4. Then the 5 would have continued. So now when you come to 11, because you have deleted it, then you'll be talking about the membership of the National Ambulance Technical Advisory Committee. And then you come to the functions. So that is how it ought to have been done. It was a bit confusing what this XXXV. Mr. Speaker, I know you are neighboring. By 6 o'clock, we shall be here.
But I think we need to work on these two subclauses. We can't reconcile them now. That's my problem. Yes.
What the chairman is trying to do is not very, because if I get what leader is saying, it means that 10 subclause 4 was deleted, and then in its place this new clause, that is the XXX, that's 36, Roman numeral 36. But if you take that, Speaker, then you are going to have a program to functions of the Human Resource Management Committee, because it's been deleted. So that one you delete order. So the only technical will be the only committee that's standing. And then the amendment that you have, you want to further amend. You are trying to further the amendment, the membership.
I'll suggest that you go and reconcile them and bring them in order to make it easier for us to work with. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, what we deleted, the 10.4, he called for a deletion of 10.4. And I'm proposing that in its place, we rather say, without limiting subsection 1, the board shall establish the following committee. That is singular. And then or we could say that the committee, the board shall establish the National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee. That will be in place of 10.4.
Well, you move the motion, so I will put the question on 10.4.
The Speaker will move.
Very well. Members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is clause 10 as amended. Shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, aye. All against, say no. The clause 10 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, so the new 11 will be membership of the National Ambulance Service Technical Advisory Committee. I've established it now, so yes.
Very well. So, honourable members, the new 11 is for the consideration of the...
Mr. Speaker, in the memberships, I have some few amendments there.
Yes, let's do it because
So, there's new subclause 1F after line 1 after there. We delete allied officers and insert medical and dental council.
By the medical and dental council.
Yes.
MDC. That's how many messages.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Paragraph 11. The same clause 11, subclause 1, paragraph G. H. Paragraph H. After there are some dots. We are ready. So representative of the National Examination Organization not below the rank of nominated by the Director General of National Disaster Management Organization. H.
There's another one.
One representative of police service, not below the rank of a Deputy Commissioner of Police, nominated by the Inspector General of Police.
Whereas I agree that you need to get senior officers, we are talking about Deputy Commissioner of Police. That's too high to get the police administration to give you for a technical committee. Maybe the Defense and Interior will agree with me. If you get from Chief Superintendent up, at Deputy Commissioner, that's, you are virtually asking for like the DP to. these are regional police commanders in some regions. Yes. I'm saying these are like regional police commanders in some regions. You want that person on a technical committee. That's too high a senior officer to demand. Unless if they are not careful, they will not attend the meeting. And the minister knows. I'm speaking from experience. When you take so high officials and expect them to this meeting, they will not. And then you always lack the that you demand from the police administration. Maybe a rank below will do.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the police has got their peculiar, how do I call it, rankings. Now, from IGP, you come to Deputy IG, you come to commissioners, you come to deputy commissioners. So if you go below deputy commissioners, we are also going a little bit too low, to pick them. I think Commissioner of Police, and what would the DCOP do? There are quite a large number of
The Speaker, ACP is not low. ACP can be made an IGP at executive of the President. From ACP upwards, either of them can become the Inspector General of Police. So ACP is not low. But for AP is the Directorate of the Motor Traffic Unit Department. So I'm sure.
So ACP.
Mr. Speaker, we amend the DCOP to ACP, Assistant Commissioner of Police.
J.
You
should have finished this before.
J. One representative of the Ghana Armed Forces, not below the rank of a colonel, nominated by the Chief of Defense Staff. Ghana Armed Forces.
Fire Service.
And then K. Representative of the Ghana National Fire Service, not below the rank a Chief Fire Officer, nominated by the Chief Fire Officer, not below the rank of a Deputy Chief Fire Officer, nominated by the Chief Fire Officer. It's too high. So
Assistant Chief Fire Officer. ACFO.
It's not below the rank of Assistant Chief Fire Officer.
Very well. Honourable members, the proposed new clause as amended. Yes.
I just want to find out from the chairman when it's in C, medical educator. Are you going to define that? Are you going to define that? When you talk about an F and a physician, are you going to define that? Because these are not known titles. And in G, you talk about an emergency nurse. Are you going to define all this?
They are known. They are known. If you go to the accident anyway, they are there.
They are known titles.
Based on their specialty.
Very well. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that in the military, for instance, I would advise we use a lieutenant colonel instead of a colonel. But mostly the technical advisors that forms all the committees in the system are lieutenant colonels and majors. So lieutenant colonel is enough for us.
Speaker, I agree. Since we are bringing the others down, so we under
Very well. J.
We change the Lieutenant
Colonel. Yes. Very well. So, proposed new clause as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. That brings end of consideration for the National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 for today. Yes, Honorable Maja, unless you have any announcement, I intend. Honorable Chief Whip, ask him in whose account it is.
Speaker, if we stood the third reading of the insurance bill, proceed it down. Can we take it now?
We have not today. It was suggested that it be called. And you yourself said we should go and come back, but we haven't stood
it. Speaker, it's been provided for in the so just that one, and then we adjourn. The 73 on the original order paper, item 73.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip. Well, it was supposed to be done before we went on the break. When we resumed, it was first to be called, but I decided that since there was nobody on the minority side, I'll defer the matter.
Yes, I only hope that will be the last business. I want your word on it, Mr. Speaker.
I'm supposed to be a referee.
But we are exhausted.
Yes, I tally on that. I am not well. I will not say what to say today, but because the second speaker was not here, I was forced to say it. It's item number 73 by the Minister for Finance. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, item 70. Third reading. Honorable Minister, I'm waiting for you to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion as item 7.3 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
I want to take the bill through the second consideration.
It's a small one.
It's a small one, which we agree with your people. It's your people. It's important. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that we've tied them to take their administrative expenses from their source of funds. Other than that, there's nowhere in the bill where they can, for example, purchase capex.
Let me put a question on the procedural motion. All in favor of the procedural motion, as item 73, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Honorable, let me hear you.
Item clause 30, I'd like to take, with your indulgence, take the, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Clause 30 be taken through the second consideration.
And
clause 30, with respect to clause 30.
And your reasoning?
The reason is that clause 30, as it is, was put in there as a general clause for bills that created fund. So we always wanted to make sure that they didn't go to misuse it. But there's no fund in this bill. So if we don't amend it, the Insurance Commission will not have any place to do capex or expense.
Apart from administrative.
Apart from administrative. So it's flawed. So we need to amend, just delete administrative.
Yes.
So that all the expenses can be charged from the source of funds. Then it will be okay for them. That's the reason.
Yes, members. Yes,
Yeah,
I have to.
I second the motion.
Very well. Yes. The insurance bill at the second consideration stage, yes. Yes. Honourable Member, you may move your amendment.
Clause 30. I'd like to move that we delete administrative from line 1 so that it becomes, the new rendition is that the expenses of the commission shall be charged to the funds of the, this way all the expenses will come under it. I'd like to move.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Majority.
Yes, Speaker, I believe that in the context, the administration just means the amount given for the rationalization of the outfits and really relates to, I guess the honourable member is leading us to the path of maybe and allowances. Because
Honourable, I have not given you the floor. Let Clause, item 74. Please.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to move that the Insurance Bill 2020 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
The minority chief whip was going to second the motion, but since he's not paying attention, I volunteer to second it. I think I'll the second it. So
all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it.
And act to establish the National Insurance Commission to provide for the regulation and supervision of the insurance market and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Insurance Bill 2020 is now read the third time and passed. Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Education is indicating to me that they ought to have laid a document, page 8 of the original order paper. I think it's 4C on the original paper, order paper. Yes, 4C, original order paper, page 8. So he wants to present the paper to the House. Just that, and then we can take an adjournment. Oh, yeah.
Yes. By the chairman of the Committee on Education. Yes, present the paper.
Report of the Committee on Education on the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Forestry, Lands and Natural Resources, says they intend presenting some papers to us on the order paper addendum.
When was this addendum brought? At the time we were suspending sitting, there was no such addendum 2.
Mr. Speaker, it's not addendum 2, it's the addendum that came to us. Not the 2. The first addendum that came to us.
Yes, and what does he want to do? To lay all these papers today? You want to lay all these? And where's your minister? We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. Leader, we'll do that tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, if it has to be referred to the committee, we are adjourning tomorrow. So if we can make the referral today, they begin working on it. I know we certainly will not be able to deal with it tomorrow. Maybe when we come back 4th. So if we're just laying them, and then you make the necessary referrals.
But tomorrow we cannot add on to the pile of work that we must do tomorrow. A lot.
Mr. Speaker, the chair is indicating to me that the committee had all these referred to them. Mr. Speaker, I know some people are looking at some other matters, even was in the chamber. So, if I may, no problem.
Those people are willing to pay losing bonus. Very well. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, so
the
if you could
committee's
allow
report.
the committee report.
I'll admit the committee's report. That has been done already. So. Oh, well, how many are there? How many? If we were going to do all of them, very well. We'll just mention the item numbers. We'll not read their titles, right? Zamasia. Yes. Presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee. Aye. Let me just announce them so that you bow once. Items I, V, all the way up to X, V, I. That is 37. Yes, Chairman. The papers are duly laid for distribution to members. Honourable members, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Tuesday, the 22nd of December, 2020.